Good morning, and welcome to Escape to Nature, the immersive natural experience where we let nature and all of its stories do the talking for us. My name is Sam. I'll be taking us through the dam cams, starting up here at Ukukuyo in Namibia, and then moving across to Botswana at Mashatu Game Reserve, and then down into the Sabi Sands at Djuma. Unfortunately, it is raining in the Eastern Cape, but we should have those teams back if the rain decides to agree with us. But we will be joined by our roaming team in Madikwe Game Reserve as well. So I'm sure we are going to have an absolutely fantastic morning. Just a reminder, we are completely live and we are completely interactive. So if you have any questions or comments or anything you would like to share, this is all about your experience. What would you like to see? What would you like for us to talk about? Let us know. Absolutely gorgeous morning in Ukukuyo. Nice and sunny and bright. Very much the opposite of what's happening down in the Sabi Sands. I saw it was just so nice and rainy down there this morning. So lovely and sunny and bright up here. We still should have plenty of animals coming down to join us. And it is quite a lovely morning. We've got all of these blue wildebeest hanging around. We've got the zebra hanging around. And it does look like there's a couple impala hanging around as well. It's a really nice, lovely, calm morning at the dam for everyone. Except for the lapwings, of course. The lapwings always have something to grumble about. Very opinionated birds. A lot of the calling is to stay in communication with one another, to know where their partners are. But a lot of the time they're also just getting annoyed with people being in their personal spaces. And of course we've still got our little grebes hanging out on the dam there. And someone gave everyone a huge fright. Hi Hendry, absolutely. I think it is going to be a fantastic day for us. I think we are going to see so much today. I think it's going to definitely be an exciting one. Not too sure what everyone got a huge fright about, but obviously nothing too serious. That everyone didn't really bolt too far. It was more just to get out the water warning. It does look like there's a beautiful kudu bull there. He was starting to come down, but I see he also decided to bolt with everybody else. And there are some gemsbok in the background, or some oryx, if you know that name instead. We can hear the crows chirping about something. And it's definitely got the animals on edge. You can see very few are sort of eager to get back to the water. I do see these impala are amongst the few that are going to come back. But it looks like the wildebeest are just not going to take any sort of chances there. It looks like it's just going to be the impala that are brave enough to return. You can see that everyone's still a little bit tense. That the sort of stress hasn't quite subsided yet. Everyone's still a little bit on edge. I'm sure in a couple minutes they will start to calm down again, but it's just going to take them a little while. And when they sort of trigger that sort of warning in their bodies, it does have a very sort of physiological response to them as well. So it can often take quite a while for that to sort of subside. Same as if you get a big fright, you're going to get a huge jump in your heart rate and you're probably going to need a minute just to catch yourself and calm down a little bit again. But it looks like the impala have gotten over it and they're coming back in for a drink again. So we can go a little bit closer now that everyone seems to have relaxed. It doesn't look like there was sort of anything serious around. And we can enjoy this peaceful moment with a few animals that are brave enough to come back to the water. But I do think that that would have been enough to get the blue wildebeest off and running this morning. It doesn't look like they are too eager to come back down here at all. Hi Yolanda, so you're wondering why all of the antelope sort of coexist so well together. And it's quite simple that, although there will be some sort of competition for resources, at the end of the day, the biggest sort of concern in their lives is really going to be predators. So you'll find that having even other antelope around can actually be sort of more of a blessing than a curse for them. That it is sort of any extra amount of eyes and ears around can be beneficial. But it is also circumstantial that in some situations they're definitely a lot calmer than others. But in general, because there's not really huge competition for resources, they all have their preferred sort of grasses to feed on or browse to feed on. So that does sort of make a division between them, and it does sort of keep the peace. So you will sort of find that sort of behavior. And then also you'll find the animals that do sort of coexist well. So like here we've got the impala, the zebra, the wildebeest. Those guys are often going to be found in sort of similar areas just because they have very similar lifestyles, and it's going to be more beneficial for them to be together than apart. So it's also going to be sort of just by nature that they're going to be found in similar places just because they are similar animals, although they occupy slightly different niches. So that's sort of part of the reason, but you find that there's not really any reason for them to compete. There's not really a reason for them to be aggressive towards one another. That for them it's kind of just like watching a long lost relative type of a thing. It's very much a neutral sort of zone. I see this one impala ram has only got one horn. He's lost the one, and quite near the base there as well. A little bit of a lopsided head. It looks like we've got a couple springbuck coming down here as well. The Schemsbok really do blend in so beautifully to the landscape here. It always amazes me how well they sort of blend in. That their coats are quite perfect for this very barren landscape where you've just got sort of all these dark logs lying around, and then all of the very, very white concrete rock makes a sort of very interesting contrast that fits in almost perfectly with the coats on the Schemsbok. And even the springbuck, you can see sort of blend in exceptionally well to their environments, that they don't really have too much stress. But you can see quite well now where we've got these impala and the springbuck right on the dam here, just how different the two species look. Of course, these are going to be the black-faced impala that we get here, that they've got an absolutely tiny distribution, that they are just sort of a variant in that coloration. It is sort of just a little subspecies, but they have this very sort of different coloration. If you look at those faces compared to the other impala we see in Djuma, you can see just how much more black is present on that face. It's absolutely lovely and peaceful. I'm going to keep enjoying my little morning on the dam here, but I think let us go and say a very good morning to Lauren in Madikwe.
To Madikwe Game Reserve, our brand new roaming location, where we are just sitting by a water hole called Melarani and watching the zebra. And it's not just a few. That is a lot of zebra. We had elephants earlier. We also had some jackal. This seems to be a really active area, and the temperatures are only soaring. It's not getting cooler, that's for sure, which means it's going to become more and more active. Good morning, my name is Lauren, and I do have Davi with me on camera. We're going to try and take it really easy today. Sit by, there's another water hole not too far away. Sit by them both and just see what comes down. In Madikwe, you can drive for days, and I'm not exaggerating. You can just drive. It is so huge. You've really got to be strategic in where you want to go and what you want to see. And of course, this is all about escaping to nature, which means we shouldn't be driving trying to find it. We should be sitting waiting till it comes to us. So that's the plan. You can see we've got a gorgeous backdrop. It just sort of emphasizes how vast it really is. I just counted, I think there's 20. I think around about 20 zebra, that's a lot. Sandra, you've just mentioned the number. Yes, you love seeing so many, I know. Madikwe really wins for zebra, and I'm not just exaggerating. Some parks you will go to, Swallow being one of them, the game, the sort of antelope do not hang around. They're really not... Oh, look who's coming. Hello, sir. Do you see him, Dove? What brings you here? For example, at Swallow, it's really difficult to put... Sorry, I'm swallowing dust. Either choking on my own words or dust. Whereas here, the antelope are very relaxed, and especially the zebra. I'm just going to have a little sip of water. Sorry about that, everyone. I obviously swallowed a whole load of dust there. However, I'm alive. But we do have a big buffalo coming down, and I can already tell that it's a big, huge male. A dagger boy coming down to drink. Ah, this is just too wonderful.
hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of the little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
In that tree are two carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed a marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
So sorry about that. Lauren was having an absolutely horrid coughing fit, but I'm sure she will recover and we will go back to see all that she has got to show us today. But I thought let us go and check out what's happening in Mashatu. We saw what was happening in Ukukuyo, so why not do each of the dams in turn so we can see what's happening here in the mornings. This looks like a lovely warm day up here. A little bit of wind, we can see all the rippling on the water. And look at all of those red Quelea. That's all the red Quelea coming down on the right side, if you're wondering who it is. And I did see that there were a couple of impala wandering around here as well. The impala are not too much of a rush. They did come and have a little bit of a drink and then they went off again, but you can just see how those Quelea sort of come down in these huge flocks. And that's why they can cause so much havoc. And it's actually quite interesting when you wait around quite late in the evenings and you see them all coming into roost, that it really is quite the sight that there's just absolute hundreds of these birds going back and forth in and out of the bushes. And it's always quite interesting to watch them as they come down and drink like this, that it's almost like this little perpetual motion machine as sort of the flock continuously moves up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, that they don't want to be on the ground for longer than necessary. So it's like they all sort of take their turn coming down, drink, and then back into the trees. But it's quite an interesting sort of a movement to observe with them all. It gives you an indication of just how many birds there are. There are hundreds of them there. It's one of the few times that they're not making too much noise on the dam here either as well. They're actively drinking or they're actively flying around. But as soon as they sit still again, they get quite nice and noisy for us. And it looks like those Quelea are finished with their morning drink there. And impala do just seem to sort of be having a lovely slow sort of a moment, not really actively getting up to too much, but I'm going to try to get us a little bit closer. It looks like there's one by the bushes maybe having a little bit of a browsing moment. I don't think he's just standing there nonsensically. Hi Emily, absolutely. You can have a favorite animal, but I find it exceptionally hard to choose one. That one moment this animal's my favorite, then the next moment another animal's my favorite, and it's all sort of circumstantial. And it does tend to chop and change. That there's something I appreciate in just about all the different species. So I find it very hard to sort of narrow it down to just one particular animal. And rather it's sort of a group of animals that have interests for me, as they sort of have interesting adaptations or interesting behaviors. Just there's something that's quite special about them. So it doesn't seem that impala was actually having too much of a nibble there, but it does look like what he was likely doing is rubbing sort of on his chin against the branches there, which is sort of a great way to put his scent out. So you find a lot of these antelope have scent glands on different parts of their bodies. So sometimes it's between the toes, sometimes it's sort of in the groin, sometimes you get preorbital glands, which is just sort of under and in front of the eyes, and glands under their chins. There's a few places that they can have these glands, and they sort of will use that to rub up against different objects, and it's a great way for them to leave their scent around. It looks like now he stuck his head a little bit further in. Maybe he's getting a little bit of a munch in there. Does look like there's maybe another impala on the other side doing the same thing. Hi, Justin. Absolutely. They will definitely be able to pick up on the different scent markings of other predators. That, most animals have got very, very developed sense of smell, that they have a much better sense of sort of chemoreception. There's sort of being able to detect and understand different chemicals, and they'll sort of know what is sort of the conspecific, who's friend and who is foe. So they definitely would sort of be able to see from the scent markings of the various predators what predators are in an area. But remember, they also are well aware of the fact that just because they occupy an area, it doesn't mean that there's no one else in that area. It just means that this is the area they family live in. So you do sort of have often these overlapping territories, especially between predators and prey species. And you'll find that although there's that overlap, that is sort of that you're living with predators. That's always going to be a thing. So you're not necessarily advertising for predators, you're not advertising for prey that you are in the area, but you're only really advertising to your sort of the same sort of species as yourself, that this is sort of who you are and where you've been. But they're definitely able to pick up on those scent markings of other species. It looks like they're going to move off right behind the bushes, because there's always very little sort of cooperation, that they'll be out in the open. I'm just going to take us back a little bit, and we can see if there's anybody else coming down to the dam or not. It's obviously a little bit of a slower morning, not too busy just yet. The animal's still taking a nice easy start, but I'm sure it will pick up as the day progresses. So you can see all the red-billed quelea, all those little white dots in the tree there. There's also all red-billed quelea in there. I'm going to keep us moving, see if there's anybody else around this morning. This is very quiet for the Mashatu Cam in the morning. Usually it's a sort of hub of activity here. It's quite curious that it's taking a little while longer, obviously, today to warm up and get to the point that all of our animals are going to start coming down. So I'm just going to move us all the way around the dam. We can see if we can find anyone. We can come down, see if maybe our crocodile is out and basking this morning, or maybe we get lucky and spot another one of those beautiful little water monitors that we did have. And one day we did see two around, and it's sort of very likely that they are still sort of in the area. And it's just a matter of spotting them at the right moment so you know roughly where they are. As of course they do tend to blend in quite well, and it can be a little bit tricky to find, especially with these not being the largest sort of monitors out there. They're still relatively small. So we definitely do have to work just a little bit harder to see if we can spot them. And we know that they were in this tree the last time we saw them, and it's just a great sort of way for us to sort of see if that's sort of where they're going to be, is sort of a good indication just that would be a great hunting spot for them in general. Because it's a nice lush green area, they'd be able to sort of keep themselves well hidden in order to do a little bit of hunting. But it does not seem that they are there, so I'm going to keep us moving down. And one of our blacksmith lapwings. So I'm just going to zoom out a bit and we'll be able to see if that croc is here or not. Otherwise we will go around to one of his other spots, but maybe there will even be some terrapins here for us to look at. So I'm just doing a little double check around, but it doesn't look like it. Just have our little lapwings right under the camera. So we've got 3 little terrapins basking on the bank here. And next sort of, so they're quite common ones. They always loved, this is another one of their favorite spots. If not on the rocks, then they come here. But we did have a few elephants come through early this morning, which may have just made them decide that this side is a better spot today, rather than having to risk any sort of interaction with the elephants on that side. But I'm going to keep us moving up, check the other spot that our croc will often be laying and see if he is around or not this morning. And nope, no croc for us today, it doesn't look like. But it does look like a few impala did decide to come and drink on this side of the dam. A little bit of a different spot to be seeing them. They do sometimes come onto this side rather than the other side, that it can be a little bit of a more protected area from everything else. And it looks like they're probably just also getting a little bit of browsing off of these trees. You can see a little bit of chewing going on there. And of course, impala are well known to sort of alternate between grazing and browsing. And it's all sort of circumstantial. I'd just like to remind everyone that as of the 1st of October, your starting times for all of our favorite Wild Earth shows will be changing a little bit to accommodate the earlier sunrise and the later sunset. So we're going to have a lot more fun going on. So the sunrise safari will now be starting 30 minutes earlier at 5:30 Central Africa time in the morning. Penguin Beach will now start 1 hour later at 2:30 in the afternoon Central Africa time, and then Sunset Safari will now be starting at 3:30 in the afternoon Central African time. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. We are going to be in all the best viewing times for as many awesome encounters as possible. Tyler, that is an interesting question. That I don't think they necessarily live by a set routine, as in, we get up at this time in the morning, we go to this bush and we move to this bush, and then we'll go drink at this time, then we'll move to this bush and that bush. And I don't think that they sort of have that kind of a routine, but they will sort of be a generalized routine in the sense that they'll start getting active at around a certain time during the day. They will obviously spend a certain amount of the time browsing and grazing, and a certain amount of the time coming down to drink. There'll be a certain amount of time left to rest. So there is a routine, but it's not necessarily a very set in stone routine. It's more this quite open idea of, you know what you need to accomplish during a day, and you will sort of make sure that you fit all of those different activities in. It's quite interesting to also note that the impala, when they're drinking on this side, they also don't have that exceptionally stressed out pose that we usually see from them. It's quite interesting to see sort of what parts of the dam they deem safer than the others. But I suppose this is a shallower area. This is more of a muddy wallow than anything else. So I guess quite a nice sort of vantage point for them, that if the croc had to come in, it's shallow enough that they would likely see us approach. Robbie, who's 10 years old. That is a good question, but no. Bobby, sorry about that. Bobby, that is a very good question. That you will find that they will try, but cheetah are very, very well adapted, and they are going to be the fastest of those land mammals. So impala will try, but a lot of the tactic they're going to be using is jumping and turning quite quickly. But of course, those are all tactics that cheetahs can use as well. So they have to be quite intelligent about how they sort of do it. And it's more sort of a try and not necessarily outpace the cheetah, but sort of try to outthink it. So don't necessarily run in a straight line, which often you'll see when they are running away from cheetah, that they sort of go from side to side, because it makes it a lot harder for the cheetah to sort of gain on them. But there's also, they are aware that a cheetah can only keep that very, very high speed for a short period of time. So it's kind of all about this try and just buy yourself time by making yourself as hard to catch as possible to avoid it. The impala look like they're actually having a lovely calm time. It's very different. Usually the impala always just look very, very stressed out here. And that is their sort of more common setting at this camp. But they definitely do look quite nice and relaxed at the moment. And it looks like everybody's going to start to move, change their location a little bit. They won't sort of feed on the same plants for too long. That there's always a risk when you feed on anything for too long that you're going to end up triggering that stress response. Of course, stress response in plants usually makes them a little bit more unpalatable. Animals don't want to eat them as much, and it can get some toxicity to them if they eat too much of it. So they will, just like giraffes, sort of keep moving off and keep eating off of different plants to try and avoid triggering any stress responses. Nature hugger, that is quite an interesting question. I don't really always think about it, but I would imagine that they would also be sort of called an ewe and a ram. That I know that the male is definitely a ram, but I would imagine then that the female would also carry those characteristics. So we were discussing yesterday that when you look at a lot of the antelope, the sort of general consensus when it comes to whether they are going to be a ram and a ewe, or if they're going to be a bull and a cow, sort of comes down to the size of the animal and the weight of the animal. And that is sort of usually the distinguishing factor. So you find that sort of if they are one of the larger animals, I think it has to be over 150 kgs for the male, that they do tend to go by the name of a cow rather and a bull. And if they're under 150 kgs, then you typically go with the ewe and ram. So I would say that they are going to be it's going to be an ewe for a female and a ram for a male. I see these warthogs kind of decided to come and commandeer this side of the dam and have a little bit of a drink here for themselves. It's quite interesting. These animals are drinking in very different places to usual. Usually they predominantly drink sort of front and center on the dam. It's not too often that I've really seen them drinking on this side. That you'll sometimes get the warthog come into the mud wallow that they've sort of created on the left there, and of course the elephants will come and use that as well, but don't see it too frequently that the other animals come and drink here. But this is a little bit of a weird view that the animals are doing what they do best and being a little bit camera shy, hiding themselves behind the bushes. So I'm going to bring us back up and we can move over to the rest of the dam. See if anyone new has managed to come down here yet. And if not, then I think we may go across to Okukuyo in a second. But let's first check it out. See if there's anybody around that we'd like to see first. So it does look like it's still rather quiet around the dam, not too much hanging around. So I think let us head back on up to Ukukuyo and see what's happening on that side of the world. So it doesn't look like these little piggies are going to stick around, so I think, yeah, let's head on up to Ukukuyo. Let's see what's happening on that dam. So we've had quite a few animals come back down. That for a minute it did get very, very quiet on the dam here, but it looks like all the animals have now regained their nerve and have slowly made their way back down to the dam's edge. I'm starting off with that beautiful bull kudu on the left. A lovely little wildebeest coming down there, and of course our zebra on the sides. Absolutely gorgeous scene. Always do quite enjoy this. Very, very different landscape to the other cams. Very, very different landscape to just about all the other locations. But absolutely gorgeous nonetheless. And it really does give the animals quite a different effect. And you do see different behaviors in the animals here to what you would see in some of the other locations. Because of course the conditions that they're living in here are vastly different to those other places. And it's one of the things that always fascinates me is sort of how the animals have sort of adapted themselves to best be able to deal with the hardships of the particular locations they live in. That although they're all the same species that we see at a lot of the different locations, they are quite different in their behaviors. The lapwings and the crows have quite a bit to say this morning, apparently. Can you imagine just how peaceful and quiet it would be if we didn't have them continuously making noise? Hi Tatum, absolutely. It's a very relaxing sound, isn't it? It is definitely quite nice and peaceful. But I would like when you don't hear the crows chirping so much, you do get to hear a few of the other species coming out and making their sounds as well. And there are some beautiful bird sounds that we do get up here. But it is very sort of dependent on how much noise the crows and the lapwings are making, as they tend to drown out quite a bit of the other sounds. So I just want to remind you all, we are completely live, we are completely interactive. We love to hear from our viewers. So if you have any questions or comments or anything else you want to share with us, please do get in touch. We really do enjoy hearing from you, and it helps us to know what you would like to see, what you would like to hear us talking about. So please let us know all of your thoughts and comments. And it looks like some more kudus coming through there. Looks like a couple females, and there's a young boy in the front there. You can still see he's a little bit at that very gangly sort of an age. And another gorgeous male. The males are really just absolutely stunning when it comes to the kudu. But I really do just find them absolutely beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous little family there. So you can see the young male, a little bit too far up. That young male on the right, probably only between a year to 2 years old or so. He hasn't quite got that first spiral of his horns. And then all of the females around as well. Very, very nervous animals though. But if the other animals are tense, the kudu are definitely going to be picking up on that and be tense as well. They are much more prone to sort of being in these thickety type of habitats. They really do enjoy sort of being a little bit more secretive. So you can imagine them being out in the open to come and have a drink. Definitely a little bit of a stressful endeavor. And it's not that we see them too often either. They can be a little bit scarce when it comes to coming down to the dam. Based off of their vegetation, with them being predominantly browsers and eats. It's, depending on sort of where they are, then what they're going to be eating, because there's going to be a lot of that foliage in there. There's going to be a lot of any fruits and berries that they can find, and all that is really going to boost that sort of water content, that amount of moisture that they're getting from the diet. And when you have that kind of a situation, you find that the animals don't necessarily need to come and drink water as frequently, that they can get quite a bit of that necessary water out of the diet. And really just absolutely gorgeous animals. You can see they're quite significantly larger than the Inyala counterparts, as they are of the same family there. And you can see they do have that same sort of condition where the males are significantly larger than the female, just as we do see with the Inyala. Oh, Danny, always with interesting questions. I do quite enjoy the different ones, the ones that sort of make you think a little bit. And I've never necessarily considered antelope, but I do find that I have a much stronger affinity with birds, so I've thought about that at length. But in terms of antelope, which antelope would I like to be? I'd have to say I'd probably want to be either one of the kudus or the Inyala, that they are just absolutely graceful, and just everything about them, they just look very, very absolutely sort of calm and beautiful and relaxed. And if you get a nice close sort of visual of their faces, they have this look of just pure innocence. So yeah, it does make it a little bit tricky to say, but I definitely have to say one of those two, because I do find that those are some of the more majestic antelope, or at least the ones that I consider more majestic. And they have a pretty decent lot in life, being some of the larger antelope species, and they're a little bit more reclusive. They're not super social or anything like that. That they like each other just fine, and their families just fine, but beyond that they tend to avoid most of the other animals. And I feel like that's quite a good way to go, that no sort of need to be overly social, that rather just enjoy the more beautiful little secluded spots in the bush. It looks like our kudu are just about done with their morning drink and going to start to head off again. But absolutely love that we got to spend a bit of time with them, just enjoying their presence. Quite a nice, lovely sighting for us there. You can see just how big those ears are, making them the biggest eared antelope. Especially the greater kudu, which is what we're looking at. They've got absolutely huge ears. That's almost like little telescopes on their heads, little periscopes. It gives them amazing hearing, which is of course very important for living in those thick, dense bushes. You've got to be able to hear everything around you because you may not always be able to see it. So you do find that on top of a great sense of smell, they've got a great sense of hearing as well. It looks like with them moving off, we're going to have some of these springbuck come down, and I'm sure they're going to move themselves all the way into the water, as would be their more typical habits. You can hear some animals obviously on the other side of the dam. They're getting a little bit of a bolt moment there. You can hear all the big splashing moments. So either someone sort of really just walked into the dam with the purpose, or someone got out of the dam with quite a purpose. Johnny Bravo, your name brings back lots of memories of my childhood, and you want to know which antelope is the largest in the bush. I think the largest antelope is the eland, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check it, but I'm pretty sure that it is the eland that is the largest. Yeah, so the eland stands the largest of the animals, being quite a tall antelope in the best of times. He does stand quite nice and tall, and they are also the largest antelope species in the world. So not just out here in the bush, but rather in the world, which would make sense. They're sort of on that borderline of they may as well almost be a cow with how large they are, but they are actually still considered an antelope, but they have all the features that make them antelope rather than a bovine. So, yeah, definitely going to be the eland as your largest, and hopefully we will get to see some at some point. Not too often up here, but I do know that out in Amakhala, every so often, the roaming team out there does manage to find some. So if we do find them out there, then ask them to show you just how big they are, because they really are very, very big. So I just want to see if there's anyone on this right side of the dam here. So we've got two gemsbok who've brought themselves all the way into the water. Their favorite sort of thing to be doing is coming all the way in. So you do find there's the springbuck and the gemsbok up here that really do enjoy sort of submerging themselves in the water as far as possible, where most of the other antelope tend to spend a lot more time sort of just drinking just around the edges or just with their feet in the water. So lovely and peaceful, definitely on the scene, but I do see that over in our beautiful land of the giants, there's exactly one of those, a beautiful giant for us to go take a look at. So I think let's pop on over there. Let us go and take a look at the beautiful elephants. And just look at him, absolutely gorgeous. All by his lonesome self this morning, but I'm sure that this is going to be a good omen. If the elephants have started to come down, then hopefully we will be seeing more and more of these beautiful gentle giants throughout the day. And it is always just so lovely watching them on the dam. They always just look so nice and peaceful and relaxed and calm, that the dam always does seem to have that influence. But I suppose that's generally the sort of feeling you do get around the elephants. They do have a much more sort of calming effect than anything else, and it's one of my favorite things about them, that they do always end up leaving you with this feeling of fair amounts of peace and tranquility. As long as you're not going to find the elephant in a bad mood or break any of their rules, they typically are quite nice, gentle giants. And I always quite like it when you get these little views where you can actually see their little feet quite nicely with those little toes. So they do have some cute little toes, rather large toes of course, but they are quite sweet. So we always sort of look at those differences between the African and Asian elephants, where I'm talking here about their toes and where you can see those little toenails, although not every nail on their feet does have, or not every toe on their foot rather, doesn't always have a nail. But you do often find that is also another one of those sort of great distinguishing factors, that on our African elephants, they get 4 toenails on the front and the back, and 3 toenails on the back foot. Whereas you find then with those Asian elephants, and even with the forest elephants, that there's actually some variation there, with them having 5 toenails on the front foot and 4 toenails on the back foot. So that's always quite a fun little thing for you, that all the elephants do have 5 toes, but it's just sort of where they've got toenails. So nice little another random one. It's one of the sort of least spoken about ones. We know all the obvious signs, but if you ever happen to be trying to tell and you've got nothing except some pictures of feet, that's always a great way to look at it, is that you can actually tell based on how many toenails the elephants have. Hi, Terry. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. So, it's one of those things that's also fairly circumstantial, that you'll find that the male elephants, being the sort of very independent boys that they are, if they're traveling alone, they are going to be alone. That is just how it's going to be. There's not going to be much that will sort of be able to come in and help them. But that being said, not very much tends to pick on a fully grown African bull elephant, that, they are huge animals out there. They can be exceptionally dangerous, so not much really tends to mess with them. But you find that where there are sort of interactions with predators, it's usually in the family herds, And in the family herds, it is exactly that. They are a family. So if you can think how much even our human families would fight for us and would sort of go to war for us, that's exactly what it is with the elephant families, that they are very, very good at protecting one another. And you will find that if one elephant gets into trouble, 9 times out of 10, that family unit is going to come to their aid. They will do their very best. And this isn't just looking at when predators are present. There's huge evidence that sort of supports this sort of argument that they are very protective of their family, where we've seen huge amounts of these footage of young elephants that get themselves stuck in various mud wallows or that are unable to climb out and things like that. And you'll always find that the family sort of will hang around. They will try and assist however they can to try and lift, pull, or anything else that they can to try and help that elephant. So there definitely is these huge family bonds. And I mean, it's not just like that, even if an elephant does die in that family, that there's still a huge amount of love there, that they are well documented to mourn their passing of family members' deaths, that they will often come back to the same areas where that elephant died and they all sort of mourn its bones. So you do see these sort of interactions, that elephants are very protective of one another, they are very in love with one another, and there is a sort of strong sense of duty when it comes to the family. And they will do whatever they can to help, praise, grow, remember those animals, that it is not just a simple matter of life and death with them. They are very, very protective. It is not just about saving your own neck, it is about saving the family. It looks like a nice little sounder of warthogs wandered in there at the back into their little favorite mud wallow. I'm sure that they're probably going to get quite nice and comfy in there. Absolutely beautiful little family moment there. So you can see that this is likely older female with these 3 younger animals with her. And you can see there's definitely a girl. She's got a lovely squared off forehead, Probably quite an old girl as well. You can see those temples are quite sunken. And got a little Corey Bustard wandering in on the side there as well. Lovely morning for us. Always love that, and seeing the Corey Bustards does make me quite nice and happy. So two of my favorite sort of sightings in one go. Elephants and a Corey Bustard. That is just fantastic. A few more elephants around the back there. Hi, Laurie. So, it's often assumed that it's going to be the oldest female or the largest female in the herd. But that's sort of not always the case, that it can be another individual. So when you're looking at who's the matriarch, it's more looking for the interactions between the animals. And you'd often have to follow them for quite a while to sort of be able to judge that, because you'll see how she sort of will lead the family. So you'll often find that they'll sort of follow her guidance, and what she's going to sort of be telling them to do is usually the best sort of way to get an idea of who might the matriarch be. But it can be quite a tricky one. It's not really the easiest thing to do. Shame that poor Corey Bustard not getting a break there. All these elephants just giving so many hassles. So yeah, it can be a bit tricky. So you have to spend a bit of time sort of watching and observing the interactions, because the interactions will give it away. As she is sort of seen as the sort of mom in the group to everyone there, that she's very sort of got a high standing in the society. So you often find that she'll be the one who gets the first drink at a specific spot, or sort of may be the one who indicates that they need to move off, that she'll sort of be the one making a lot of those decisions. But then that is also a little bit of a subjective thing, because you also do find that there is this sort of difference where you can have matriarchs that are very prominent leaders and also very involved in all of the interactions in the group, who sort of control and sort of lead more as a sort of dictatorship. But then in other matriarchs, you find that they are more interested in the input of the family as a whole, as a unit. So then they will also sort of take in everyone else's considerations in as well. So it's sort of just looking at who everyone's going to be communicating with and the actions that follow as a result of those communications, because she will definitely be the one who has the final say, even if she is in a dictatorship. But it will sort of, or even if she's not a dictator, but yeah, it usually will be the one who sort of guides the movement of the rest of the family. And a few more Ellies wandering in at the back there. So it looks like we're going to have a fantastic elephanty morning now. All the elephants seem to be arriving in drips and drabs. There's always just something about watching elephants at the dam that is just lovely and peaceful. That they all seem to just be enjoying themselves, and it's a great sort of moment that the family slows down. They interact with one another quite a bit at the water's edge. There's sort of a lot of sort of various communication that tends to happen, and it's always just absolutely lovely and wonderful to sort of sit and just enjoy them in these moments and listen to all of the different sounds that are going on. Hi, Wendy. Not too many. But there are definitely some things that will prey on them and predate on them, but it is a little bit of a occasional thing. So of course, going after an adult elephant can be a tricky business, not always the easiest thing to do unless they are already compromised in some way or the other. But going after a calf is obviously a different situation. That can be a little bit easier. So you do find that there are predators that will go after them. It's typically more the lions that are of a significant risk when it comes to elephants. And there have been cases that have been documented of lions that start to specialize in hunting elephants. It's usually where you have these fairly large prides as well that are capable of doing these. But they do have to sort of adapt very specific techniques. And I've sort of heard of various ones that there have been some stories of elephants and lions in the Okavango, where there was a pride of lions that sort of got themselves stuck on a little island and was sort of separated from the mainland. And by living like that, they would encounter elephant that would sort of walk into the water and things. So they became quite adept at hunting those elephant. They became very masterful at it, and they ended up being these rather large lion as a result of their diet. And then I've heard of other stories. This is somewhere more sort of northeast Africa, where these lions had sort of all been pushed out of a lot of other territories, and the territory that it ended up in was a really sort of quite barren territory. And although there was a decent water source, they turned into a fairly large pride, and they were sort of having to do quite a lot of hunting of the smaller animals, which resulted in the smaller animals realizing the danger at the dam, so they would stop coming down to the dam. But it didn't stop the elephants, because elephants didn't necessarily perceive it as too much of a threat, and they did sort of then back off and rather go away from it. But after a while, these lions actually sort of perfectly finessed this art of actually hunting and killing elephants, that they would do it under the cover of dark, where they were sort of able to get those sort of actions going. So it is quite interesting. But that's really the only real threat that they face is from lions. Lions are the only predators really large enough and strong enough to be able to take down elephants. White mane, yes, that is one of the doves that are making the call. So they are both red-eyed doves, or not red-eyed doves. I've heard the Cape turtle doves, and I think I've heard the red-eyed dove actually, and the laughing doves. But yes, the more repetitive calls that we hear quite frequently, that is definitely going to be those laughing doves making quite a bit of racket. That there are a lot of them around, that you often see them hanging out on the water's edge. So it is going to be a lot of laughing doves making that sound in the background. You just have to get past the very, very repetitive sound of the red-billed quelea there. But then a lot of the other dove sounds that you hear are the laughing doves. every now and then you will also hear the sounds of the Cape turtle dove and the red-eyed dove, and the red-eyed dove's got a similar sort of a call, but just a different sort of a pattern to the call. So you've got to listen a little bit carefully when you're listening to the whole stream of the call, not just the one or two notes. It sounds like some elephant have moved over to the wallow in the corner here, so I'm going to move us across there, see if we can see what's going on, if there's lots and lots of things being thrown around. And there we go, definitely got some ellies in the mud wallow having a lovely little time there. Let's see if we're going to end up having a little one who ends up collapsed, as he so often does with all these little ones. They end up sort of just plonking themselves down in the mud. So it looks like most of those ellies in the wallow did move off, but this one's still coming around. I'm not too sure if we're going to stop at the wallow, but I thought we will wait and see what he decides to do. What she decides to do, as it may be. But of course we're going to stop behind the bush, because where else would we have stopped if not behind the bushes to make sure that we can't see him. So I'm going to move his back around. Let's see if there's anything else around. Otherwise maybe it is time for some change again. Oh, we've got a Mr. Ostrich come down for a drink, it looks like. He's probably been hanging around in the background for a while, waiting for the perfect moment when everyone else disappeared that he could safely come down and have a little bit of a drink here for us. Always love watching the way they drink like that, with this sort of scooping motion. A little bit different. A lot of birds do the peck. Ostriches do a little bit more of a scoop, not just a straight up peck for the most part. more like they're going to scoop at the water. So, Dean, you wonder why this ostrich is alone. So, he's not always alone. He actually does. There are quite a few ostriches in the area, and they do pretty much stay together. You will find around at this time of year that they are going to start trying to pair up to get to that point of being able to have a nest site and all of that. So, he's not always alone. Just at the moment, you may find that the rest of the flock are a little bit off somewhere. But usually, we do see the ostriches coming down sort of with 1 or 2 males and at least 3 or 4 females. So there definitely are other ostriches that are nearby that they do frequent the dam quite often. He's just obviously alone this morning. I'm not too sure where everybody else is. But it's not too unusual. You will often find ostriches sort of traveling alone at different points in their lives. It's not always necessary for them to be in a flock. So it does sound like those elephants are still fairly near. Lots of cracking wood is usually a great indication that there's an elephant wreaking havoc somewhere nearby. Oh, wowza, that is a tricky one. There's so many different special moments when you go out on different safaris. There's different things you're going to experience, and it's always going to depend on where you are. That's quite a tricky one. I'm just trying to think which one sort of stands out the most to me. And I think this is actually very tricky. But I think maybe one of the first times that I got to see African wild dog sort of going out on a hunt, that I didn't get to see the hunt conclude. But I already have quite a soft spot in my heart for African wild dogs in general, that I think they're absolutely fascinating animals. And it was quite a privilege for me. And it was one of the first times as well that I'd happened to see wild dog in the wild, more than sort of just 1 or 2 running in the distance, that they were actually fairly near to the road. You had good visual on them, and just listening to all of the communication that happens in the pack when they go out on that hunt. It was one of those sort of bone-chilling experiences that it made all the hairs on my skin stand up, and it was just completely thrilling, and it was really just quite a special moment for me. So I'd have to say probably one of those types of scenes. But like I said, there's been so many. I do spend a fair amount of time going out into the bush. I've got to experience quite a few wonderful things in my life. But I think that's one of the ones that stands out the most to me, just because it's one of the animals that I have a particular soft spot for. we're talking about favorite safari experiences, obviously there's still quite a few on my bucket list that I have seen wild dogs on a hunt. Didn't get to see the kill, but did get to see the result of it. But there's some other things that I haven't necessarily had so much luck with. I have notoriously bad luck when it comes to finding leopard, for instance. So I would absolutely love to get to spend more time with leopards, and to see a leopard going on a hunt would be something truly phenomenal. I've seen cheetahs on a hunt. That is also quite a special one. I've seen lions on the hunts. That's also always amazing. But there are still some really phenomenal things. Like I love watching birds of prey hunt, for instance, and I haven't seen some of my favorite birds having too much success. So I've seen some of them, like I've watched brown snake eagles take snakes quite literally out of quite thick grass. I've seen barn owls hunting. I've seen spotted eagle owls hunting. But I would absolutely love at some point in my life to be able to see martial eagles go on the hunt, because that is something truly phenomenal to see. And of course, if we had to look at even other countries, things that I would love to get to experience, that I would love to see the bald eagles in America. I think that they are so one of those fascinating birds, or the Andean condors, and some of those really, really large raptors out there, that I do find their family in general just absolutely stunning and fascinating, and absolutely love any amount of sort of time that I do get to spend with them. So there's a lot of those kinds of moments where you get to see those special sort of things that I would love to see. Same as I've never got to see baby martial eagles in the wild. That's something I would love to get to experience as well. But yeah, there's always 1,002 things that, there's so many special experiences to be had in the bush. And it's just sort of having enough patience and, enough perseverance that you don't give up until you eventually find what you're looking for.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
when you're looking at ostrich, obviously we know that they are the largest birds in the world. They're obviously flightless as well, which not necessarily a very characteristic bird feature to not be able to fly, but yeah, they don't have that ability. But there's also quite a few other interesting things, like they are quite different from most bird species, that they've got 3 stomachs, where at most you'll find that birds will have 1 or 2 stomachs depending on their diets. But you do find that ostriches have 3 diets due to the sort of high amounts of plant matter that they do eat. There's a lot of sort of tough compounds that need to be broken down. So those stomachs all have sort of various digestion roles and different sort of chemicals that make up the contents of those stomachs that help with breaking down of all of the different compounds. So although they're eating all these small sort of food sources, they're able to really extract the most amount of nutrients out of it. So it's actually quite interesting to look at it. But even beyond that, if you look at it, they've got quite a few things that they're technically birds, but they're also very different from most bird species. So besides the 3 stomachs, they're also one of the few birds that don't have their urine and feces sort of secreted at the same time out of the same hole, but rather they are able to secrete the 2 separately. That makes them quite different, where we know most birds you get to see that uric acid and the remaining of the food particles in that feces, but very, very different with the ostriches. They truly are one of those sort of marvels in nature, where they've got so many different things that make them exactly perfect for what their lifestyles are. And it makes them one of those very unique kinds of animals as well, that they've got adaptations that you don't really get to see on too many other bird species. So I definitely enjoy things like that. Whenever you find an animal that's got something that makes them uniquely different from everything else, it's quite special to really, when you start to understand that, and it makes those animals so much more sort of fascinating, and it sort of makes the mind want to work, that it sort of tickles the brain, and you've got so many different things that you want to think about with them. It looks like we're going to have another Ellie come and join us at the dam now again. So it looks like a very, very elephant-filled day for us. So I'm just going to give those elephants a moment to really approach the dam, and then we will move across and we will watch them as they have their little moment of drinking or fun or whatever they decide to get up to. So by my estimation, those elephants should be just about reaching the dam now. So I'm going to move us across. Let's see as they come in for that final approach, what are they going to get up to? Nathan, so yeah, most animals are going to be very aware of the different bird sounds in the area, and of course the birds are a great way to alarm. You especially get certain species of birds that really take it upon themselves to be the sort of little street caller in the bush and make sure that if there's anything around, they love to let everyone know about it. So elephants definitely will still use that as a cue about different predators, but you also do find, as I said earlier, that elephants are not too concerned about most predators. Most predators don't really sort of have a significant sort of threat to them, but what you will see in those moments, if they do think that there's maybe something to be concerned about, you will end up having the sort of adults in the group put all the babies into the inside, so they've got all of the bigger and stronger elephants sort of facing out, and they'll make sure that then those youngsters that are in the middle of the group are nice and safe that way. So you will see those kinds of things, and yeah, they definitely will be listening for those alarm calls and things, because it's always important that even if it's not a threat to you, that you at least know what's happening around you. It looks like mommy's moved off there, so I'm sure these two younger ones will follow off there in a second as well. Just getting their last little taste of water. So yeah, it does sound like mom is maybe doing quite a bit of splashing down the side here, so I'm going to try to bring us around and we can see if that is in fact the case, because it does sound like she's maybe at the wallow, and I do see these little ones are moving that way as well. So let us see, maybe they're going to have a lovely splish splashy moment for us. Does look like Mom's sort of put herself a little bit behind the bush, but maybe these other two will go more into the wallow. Doesn't look like those youngsters are as eager to sort of play in the mud a little bit, but we will sit and we will watch them, we will enjoy them for as long as they will decide to grace us with their presence. So you can see one of those youngsters still seem to be in the shade of the tree there, while Mom is doing whatever she wants to be doing down here. I'm hoping she will give us a little bit of action of some throwing water, not just splashing water around. So it looks like our elephants are going to meander off. So I'm just going to move us back over to the main part of the dam. We can see if there's anyone else around for us. So it looks like it is getting very, very quiet here. So I think let us go across to Djuma, as we haven't yet seen what's happening there. So I think let us go do some panning and scanning and see what we can find. A lovely peaceful morning for us here. So it does seem that this camera is maybe going through some load shedding at the moment. I do see it is frozen. So I'm going to send us rather to Okukuyo, and we can come back on down to Djuma a little bit later. Okay, so back in nice, hot, sunny, warm Okukuyo. And it looks like we've got loads of animals come back on down to the dam again. And it's always just this sort of constant sort of movement of the animals in and out. So I'm going to take us in on the left side of the dam, as we've got quite a few different species. It looks like those kudu are still hanging around, not moving off too quickly. And of course the ever-present springbuck having a lovely little time in the dam here as well. So of course, as we arrive, the kudu are going to wander off there for us. But it's alright, we've got plenty of springbucks to keep us company, and we do have those gemsbok at the back. Look like they may come down. Either they've just come down and they're moving off, or they are still on their way. So I'm going to be an optimist and say they are still coming down for us. So of course, with all of the springbuck being so prolific up here, you can well assume that they are very well adapted desert species. And you know, of course, we've discussed how coloration typically has a large role in that, but of course diet comes into that as well. So yeah, we do know that our springbuck are going to be predominantly grazers, grazing on the best that grass has to offer for them. But you also find that another one of the neat little tricks that they have that helps them in these very arid environments is that they will also eat various succulent plants. As we know, succulent plants often have a fantastic store of water in them. They are very, very nutritious on top of that. They've got a lot of different minerals in there as well. So you'll find that they also supplement their diet like that, which helps them when they aren't able to get close to water sources. And you'll often find that if there is no sort of safe drinking water anywhere nearby, that the springbuck can actually go a couple weeks at times without actual water, because they are able and they are so well adapted to being able to take all of that moisture out of their diets. So definitely quite intelligent. Of course, we do get to see them a lot here because we have a nice stable water source, so they can come and have a drink. But you will find that when that is not the case, they are still perfectly capable of adapting. And it's very similar to what the gemsbok do as well. You find that the gemsbok also have this nice wide range of diet, being able to graze or to browse. And they also have a fantastic way of being able to take the most amount of nutrients out of those diets as possible. So of course, with having both the males and the females of the springbuck having those horns, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes to really be able to differentiate between the two. And of course, the easiest one is still, unfortunately, and I say easy very, very loosely here, is looking at those horns. That you'll find that the male's horns are often a lot thicker and sturdier, especially towards the base, than what you find in the females. Of course, that doesn't exactly make it too much easier, But it is one of the easier ways to tell if you're not going to do the very obvious signs. So just a reminder, we are completely live, we are completely interactive. So if you have anything that you would like to share with us, be it questions or be it comments or anything else that you think is relevant, please do send it through. We love to hear from you and we'll do our best to get back to as many of those questions and comments as we can. You also typically find that the female's horns on these springbok will be just a little bit shorter. So it does make it a bit of a tricky game. If we don't do the obvious things, it can be quite nice and fun. But of course you also get that fantastic trick that when we're getting close to the lambing season, where all of them are going to be dropping those babies, then of course that trick can become a little bit easier. Then you can start looking at who looks very, very pregnant, whose nipples are starting to get enlarged, and all those fun things that make it just a tad easier to be able to spot the males and the females. And of course our little pair of grebes, they're doing a fantastic little job making sure they're always in the frame. They don't seem to like to get left out too much, unlike the other animals who often make it more difficult when we have the camera on them. Seems that the little grebes are quite big fans of being front and center and giving all of the attention. Hi Ian, so just like most of your antelope species, they do belong to the family Bovidae, as a sort of larger family that they belong to. And obviously beyond that you can sort of get the rest of the taxonomy, you know, the other sort of groups that they belong to, because Bovidae is a very, very large group encompassing quite a lot of animals. But I'm not too sure what the next classification down from that would be. So I'm just trying to give it a little bit of thought quickly. So I should be able to rationalize this out. So I do know that the springbok are the sole sort of member of their particular genus. Not that I can remember their Latin name, I'm not very good with the Latin names of animals. But I do know that they are the sole member of their particular genus. That they are very, very uniquely adapted in the way that they are. Their traits are very sort of connected to their sort of identity. So I know that they don't have any sort of peers in their genus, but I'm just not too sure if they sort of belong to one of those larger families of antelope that is not sort of just strictly categorized as you belong in the family Bovidae. But yeah, I can't really see that they do. So I think that they'll just fall under that sort of group of even-toed ungulates, which is then the bovids. But that's interesting. I would have thought that they may have belonged to sort of one of the other families, like the spiral horn antelope and things like that. But it's quite interesting that I can't see anything sort of like that. So they are technically bovids, but of course on the lowest end of the bovid spectrum, not quite as large as the typical bovidae related animals. But they definitely will fall into that because they are still going to be ruminants, and that's sort of where that distinction comes in, that the system they have is still very much like a bovid system. So I think I'm just gonna let us sit here and enjoy all of the little sounds of the birds in the background, the crows that are cawing, obviously the splashing of the various animals as they move in the water. But I think I'm just gonna let us have beautiful little silent moments to enjoy all of the beauty here. Absolutely wonderful, with all of these other sort of animals starting to wander in here as well. Lovely to see the zebra having come down. All of those kudus have now arrived, and we've got some more still making their way down. It was an absolutely lovely, peaceful moment. Always the best part about being on the dams, just getting to enjoy all of that beauty that nature has to offer for us. So wonderful and peaceful, but I see our springbucks have done another little disappearing motion on us. So I think let us change locations again. Let's head back on up to the beautiful land of the giants. Very, very different bird life up here. You can hear the birds are making an absolute racket. But more importantly, we got more elephants in. It is going to be one of these fantastic elephancy days by the look of it. We're just getting a constant supply of all the elephants coming down for a drink. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We love spending time with these beautiful giants. And especially with the water, they just are so gorgeous and placid. You watch them moving around and there's just so much peace in them. It's always my favorite part of any moment spent with elephants, is they just ooze this peace and tranquility, that they are just so at one with all the nature around them. And I think that that's something to really envy, rather, actually. That, I feel quite jealous. That, can you imagine what it would be like to actually be an animal living out in the bush, and what that must feel like, and the life you must lead, and especially as elephants, I think that it must be quite an interesting life. Looks like this one's not too sure where she wants to go, that mommy on the front there. But I thought she may have stopped to try and take a sand bath, but she seems to be on quite the mission. So I'm just going to stick with these three here for the time being until they start to move, and then we will follow them off as well. So there is an eddy having a bit of a sand bath. You can see some sand getting thrown around up there. So they definitely are getting ready for some fun, or is it just a quick one and off we move again, which is exactly what it looks like. Doesn't look like they're going to hang around in the sand bath too much, and it doesn't look like they are particularly hot yet. I'm not seeing too many flapping ears, so it may be a while before we start to get the beautiful elephant pool parties that we're so accustomed to. But it's alright, just watching them enjoying their moments at the dam is always a pleasure enough. Can see we've still got warthogs wandering around, always some warthogs wandering around trying to see if they can have their moment yet to come to the wallow. But I think they're being a little bit brave, as that younger elephant does seem to just want to chase everything and give everything some grief. So this poor warthog are not going to be having much peace and tranquility there like they were hoping to by going to the mud wallows. Looks like that elephant's quite determinedly just going to sort of follow and harass them for a while, I think. No, all she wants to do is chase these elephants. Not the elephants, sorry, the warthogs. That you can see, it's not nothing really aggressive to it. It's actually quite a placid movement, but just sort of, giving that scary appearance of putting my ears out and sort of walking with an extra little bit of swag seems to really get them on their toes. So it sounds like there's a little bit of feeding going on. There's still someone playing with water a little bit somewhere. I don't know if it's at the wallow, but I do suspect it is down there. And you get these two that are just having a slow moment. Not too sure if they want to leave the dam just yet. It does look like that adult's going to move off. And I wonder if this juvie is going to follow. This elephant seems to be in some serious denial about the possibility of leaving. So it's like one more big mouthful and then we will suck it up and move off. Hi Cindy, absolutely. So I mean, when you hear elephants properly trumpeting, that is very much an alarm call. That is a sort of a call to arms. So that is going to be the sort of predominant thing. But remember, there are a lot of other ways that elephants communicate, and a lot of them are quite subsonic to what us humans are able to perceive. So you definitely will get those kinds of communications as well, which would be the bulk of it. That you would probably have that one nice loud trumpet as an alarm, as a sort of grab everyone's attention. But then thereafter, they'd probably move on to the more subtle sort of sounds, the rumblings and sounds like that. They wouldn't necessarily continuously trumpet. That continuous trumpeting is a sign of true and utter fear. So if you're hearing an elephant doing a lot of trumpeting, you can assume that there are probably predators actively trying to hurt them. But the trumpeting is really reserved for that. That trumpeting sound is a sign of proper fear in the animals, as opposed to the rest of the communication. So you often find that there's a trumpet if there's something actively happening, but otherwise the rest of the time it's going to be a lot more about communicating and sort of moving relative to where danger is. It looks like the warthogs are finally getting to that time of day that wallows are going to be a very, very necessary part of it, and it looks like they're getting themselves quite nice and comfy in there, making sure he's getting all of his body nice and covered in that mud, in that water. Best way to cool down on a hot day is just to go and have a lovely little sit in the pool and enjoy everything else around you. You know, there's no stress right now. They just look quite nice and relaxed in their wallow. Always make sure that they sort of tailor make the different little holes in the water to be perfect little spots for them to plant their bottoms into. Did notice that very confused black-backed jackal. I'm not too sure if he missed the memo that he's not really meant to be out in the middle of the day. It's not that unusual. I have seen quite a few often, but they're usually very, very secretive in the heat of the day like this. So it looks like they've traded spots. One warthog out the wallow, one warthog into the wallow. So lovely and peaceful, some wallowing warthogs looking like they're getting nice and comfy in their little spot there. But I think it is time for us to head on back over to Madikwe and Lauren to see what she's getting up to.
Soared as expected, and it is already hot enough for all the animals to be around the water hole. Now we have come to Jamala Dam, and you can see it is just jam-packed. there are actually queues. The wildebeest to the left, I don't know if you see him, Darby, is waiting in the queue. There we go, see? He's not too keen to come forward just yet because it's jam-packed with elephants and zebra. There are other zebras waiting up there, sort of on the embankment. As far as I know, this is a really productive water body. It's on the eastern side of Madikwe. And of course, it's almost midday. Not quite, but almost. And it is just jam-packed. Look at all the little ones just having the time of their lives. Look at that tiny little one. Oh. Tyler, it is a pool party. That's all that seems to happen in Madikwe. Pool parties galore. And you are enjoying it. That is fantastic news. I have a funny feeling it's just going to remain like this for the bulk of the afternoon. There's elephants, zebra. Oh, the wildebeest has now joined the party. Good. Good. Because I have a funny feeling he was going to be queuing for quite a while. I don't even know if you'll see him now, Darby. He's been bombed by the elephant. He is there, I promise. There we go. Apparently a few nights ago they have a dam cam here. And they had a leopard come down to drink. And they also had a serval not so long ago. So this really is an active water body all throughout the night and the evening. Oh, we're getting hit with the dust here. But don't forget we're live, everyone. This really is your safari. If I just keep talking, I'll keep talking nonsense. So you may as well ask me whatever you want to ask me. We can chat about whatever you want to chat about, or you're welcome to share your comments and your stories with us. Please do. That's what makes every Bumbo so unique. Your input. Darby, I was just looking at that individual just to the left of where you are. Yeah. It's sort of lone, it's possibly a bull, I can't tell from here. And you can just, his ears are slightly, you see the way he's holding his ears? A lot of the other elephants have got them pinned back. I wonder if there's a bit of damage to the cartilage here. Slightly floppy, you see that? They're not completely flopped over like some elephants we see, but just a strange way to hold their ears. Yeah, they flop forward. Flop forward. Flop forward. That's actually quite difficult to say. There must be a little bit of damage to the cartilage there. the size of that bull in the background. He's big. Sophia, no, not at all. That is not how an elephant herd works. Absolutely not. The matriarch is very integral to the success of the herd. So it's not easy to identify the matriarch. I wouldn't be able to look at this herd right now and pick out the matriarch. And I think if I tried to, that would be foolish. You've got to look for interactions. And in order to understand interactions, you've got to sort of spend a little bit of time with that herd before you pick out the matriarch. All other individuals will gravitate around her. So it will become apparent after a while who the matriarch is. And the matriarch's knowledge is critical to the survival of others. So ecological knowledge, cultural knowledge, survival knowledge, everything is imprinted in her. And it's her sort of almost job, if you like, to share that knowledge, pass on that knowledge, and ensure her herd is successful in their sort of reproductive success. All females will give birth. All females will become mothers if they're fertile and there's no sort of disease that is affecting them. And they all contribute to the safety of the individuals, of the young calves. So it's a very communal and tight society where raising the young... Sorry, I keep swallowing dust. Oh my goodness. Raising the young is really important to elephants. So if one calf got in trouble, say a predator came, all females would react. Even all males would react. They would all protect that young. They don't allosuckle, but they do all babysit, they do all nanny, and they do all care for one another's young. It's a very intricate and tightly bound society in the elephant herd. So the matriarchal role is important, but she's not the only one that looks after the young, if you like. And it profits the herd greatly to follow the matriarch. She is the one that is shaping, especially if she's a good matriarch, and it's actually been proven through lots of scientific studies that not all females are sort of born to be a matriarch, and not all females will be successful as a matriarch. But it greatly profits the herd to follow her. She will shape the daily life of all family members, from the calves to the sort of adolescents, to the first-time mothers, to the much older females. She will shape their daily lives. And by doing this, I guess, she is shaping their general health and body condition. One female, that's how integral and important her role is. So by affecting their general health and their body condition, she's actually influencing the survival rate and the reproductive success, if you like, of the entire herd. So if you see a herd thriving, look at this, with lots of youngsters and really healthy individuals, that's all down to the matriarch, and she is doing her job. I don't know if this is one herd here or if it's a mixture of herd or kinship groups. I have no idea. And it really depends on the dynamics of the herd. So some herds will flourish with a sort of older, calmer, more experienced matriarch. Some herds may flourish with a bit of a younger, more spicier, energetic matriarch. It really depends, and as I already mentioned, not all females are successful as a matriarch. Some fail. And the death of a matriarch can lead to real periods of blackness and confusion for the herd, because they are so used to following her. The herd go through a real period of transition, and it's quite apparent when you're observing them. And it's a period of confusion which does affect every aspect of their daily life until a new matriarch emerges. And it's most likely the eldest female who will step up and understand that it's now her time to become the matriarch And if there are two females, maybe really close in age, that decide, okay, we both want to be the matriarch, we both feel like we should be the matriarch, the herd may split. It may split into two new families to give both females the opportunity to become the matriarch. So incredibly important role, probably does more than we actually even understand. You see that youngster just touching the big bull there, Davi? Just on the left here. He stopped now. He was touching the older bull's tusks. I think they're having a lovely conversation here. So wise old bull may be passing on some wisdom to this youngster.
You can hear the doves in the background there, and it somehow just makes the scene that much more special. That I know that those sort of moments with the elephant can be sort of few and far between occasionally when they don't come down sometimes. But just listening with the elephants already sort of making these beautiful, peaceful moments, and then you get to just listen to the doves who also have a very, very peaceful call, and it's always just sort of the perfect sort of soundtrack to elephant moments, is having doves calling at the same time. That the two sounds of the two sort of seem to just emphasize each other's awesomeness that much more. but the absolute majesty of an elephant having a drink. And then those beautiful sort of eerie tones of the doves. It's just absolutely fantastic and peaceful. Hi Lisa, it is absolutely very possible for that to happen, but you will see that the animals do put quite a lot of emphasis on the very hot days to make sure that they're coming down, that they're drinking plenty of water, and then of course they have all their various mechanisms. So some of those animals will move into the shade in the hottest parts of the day, and they've got various thermoregulatory systems in place to help them deal with the heat. And then of course other animals will come and they will wallow or they will mud bath and things like that, which of course is then another one that helps them greatly with that thermoregulation. So you do find, although they are sort of prone to those, that is definitely a risk with them. As long as they sort of use the correct behaviors in those moments, they will be perfectly alright. So it's going to be lots and lots of water, plenty of shade, and lots of wallowing. And all of that will help them. So you do find at the hottest times of the day, the animals do definitely slow down. Those ruminants in particular will usually go and find a nice quiet tree to either lay down under, or they will stand in the shade and chew the rumen or the cud at that point, to just sort of to make those moments a little bit easier for them, so that they're not completely exposed. They are not going to be generating any excess heat by moving around too much or anything like that. But it looks like he is done with the day and is starting to move off, so I'm just going to follow. Maybe he stops at the wallow and we get to see him have a little muddy moment. It's hard when you're so tall. I suppose can't fit under everything, but that's exactly why elephants have that very destructive nature. That everything that's in your path that should not be in your path and is going to make your life difficult, elephants are fantastic at conquering all of those different obstacles. It doesn't look like he is too eager to hang around though and take a wallow, so I'm going to zoom us out. Let's move back over to the main part of the dam as we lose track of this elephant. So don't think he's going to be hanging around here. He will go off to find a nice spot to eat, or maybe a nice spot to go and relax in the shade a bit maybe. It does look like some of our wallowing warthog have decided to come back on down. As soon as the elephants leave, you always find a warthog sneak out from somewhere and head on down straight back into the wallows. It does look like we've got a couple vervet monkeys running around as well. I did hear them calling while we were watching the elephants, and I did see the one then, and I just saw a second one run around the back. So obviously the troop is around somewhere, otherwise they wouldn't be so few, unless these are youngsters that have maybe been kicked out the troop and are busy on that process of sort of finding or making a new troop. And another monkey wandering on through. Hi, Calvin. Absolutely, absolutely. They are very, very lucky indeed that they get to go and sit in the wallows all day, get that beautiful muddy coat on them. I think it's the best sunblock, and it does a fantastic job. You know, sun cannot penetrate through the mud, but also by having mud on your body, you've got moisture on your body, and of course, moisture will always be a little bit cooler than you, and you can sort of get that to heat up from your body's temperature, and then with the sun baking on it, absolutely fantastic form of that evapotranspiration, the evaporative cooling that does help these guys so much. It's the exact same concept as with the elephants, just executed just a little bit differently. The warthogs don't have those beautiful, nice long trunks to help them out. And it looks like our Mr. Warthog is off and about, so I'm going to go out a little bit and then we will go around, see if there's something we would like to watch. Oh, we've got a little monkey running out here. Looks like he wants to come and have a quick drink while there's no one around. What are you going to do, little monkey? Are you just going to sit on the rock and observe the world around you? Actually, it can always be quite fascinating watching any of the primates. They're very, very interesting little guys. Hi, Bern. My favorite experience with elephants. Yo, there are so many. But some of my absolute favorites have really been sort of when I've seen elephants spending quite a bit of time in the water, playing and all of those. But you know, most moments I do find are absolutely precious. But I think one of my favorite was one of the years we went out to the Shoshluwe and Mfolozi Game Reserve in KZN. And there were some absolutely magnificent elephants out there. And it was one of these cooler days. We had not been having very much luck. And at the last sort of moment, we decided to stop off at one of the dams right along the rivers there. And there was a herd of elephant that had come down, and they were just having an absolute whale of a time. And that really is the only way to describe exactly how much fun you could see the elephants were having. That there was mud flying, you had adults and babies alike laying down and splashing in the water, and you could just see this pure and absolute joy on everyone's face, that the babies were running around, they were chasing every other animal, and it was just such a precious moment to sort of be in, and you really felt that you got to be part of that little family unit for that moment. And it was just absolutely special, and it was one of those that you sort of carry with you for life. And I know my grandfather, he always had a particular sort of love of elephants as well. So whenever I do get to spend time with that, I feel like I'm just getting a little bit closer to him. And it's always the things that I love the most is that I have family that are quite involved in various sort of animal professions as well, or just have certain affinities or loves. And whenever we get to go out and I see those animals, especially if it's animals that I've spent a lot of time with them, sort of teaching me about them, that, you know, those moments are very precious and you never forget those moments, that they are sort of very, very well embedded in your memory. Quite a nice little scene here, really. We've got these monkeys on the rocks over here, sitting and doing what monkeys do best, just observing and thinking what mischief could they possibly get up to next. And there's quite a few impala have come down again for us. And of course we've got those warthog coming into the wallow as well. Definitely a fantastic little scene. Does look like all the monkeys are going to slowly but surely maybe start coming out and having a drink. You can see they're a little bit cautious with all the impala, wanting to avoid all of those legs. Not going to be a pleasant experience to get kicked or stood on. And then up onto the rocks here and being quite intelligent like all the elephants. Not go and drink out of the bulk of the dam, but because they've got nice long hands that they can scoop water up, they're going in right here where the spring comes up, and I've seen a few of them sort of go there and dig the water out of that spot. This is probably going to be a little bit cooler, a little bit sweeter, a little bit fresher than some of the other places on the dam. Always love some of the positions you get to see monkeys sit in. They have absolutely no sort of dignity about anything. It's not uncommon to sort of see them sprawled out on the rocks, quite as though they've gone to the beach having a sunbathing moment, and they are not too concerned about who is going to see them. So we were talking about some of the more interesting or favorite experiences with elephants, and this one definitely makes my top 5 with the elephants. And I remember I've got family that live right outside the Kruger Park, and I would often go stay with it as my uncle and my aunt that live out there, and I'm very, very close to my uncle, so I'd often go and spend some time with them. And I remember the one year I decided to go and spend about a week there, and I told my uncle, look, under no certain circumstances you will be coming into the park with me. But now my uncle is restricted to a wheelchair, which means that I get all the fun driving privileges, and he doesn't get to have too much say except to tell me when he doesn't agree with some of my choices if he thinks I'm too close. And I remember the one day we had been sitting at the dams. I can't remember exactly which dam, but the elephants had come down. And I remember my uncle starting to get nervous as there was some of the youngsters were looking a little bit too interested in doing little mock charges, and my uncle starting to tell me, we need to start moving, and you could hear him getting nervous, and it's just the youngsters. Anyway, I obliged my uncle to turn the car back on, and I reversed a little bit so we had a bit more sort of maneuverability. I'd be able to turn and get us out of there quite quickly. And I remember my uncle not being too impressed with me because I clearly was not as stressed as he was about the situation. But that is always kind of the thing. There's always going to be someone in the group who's going to be a nervous Nelly, and I know especially with one of my grandmothers that as much as she loves elephants, she thinks they're beautiful and amazing, but when they're far away, she doesn't like them being too up close. She also finds them a little bit intimidating. But they're absolutely fantastic animals that as long as you know how to look at their behaviors and you sort of very respectful of them, that you're not really going to have too many issues. So it looks like our warthogs have decided to maybe just go take a nap in the wallow as the easiest sort of solution to their problem. Do keep seeing the monkeys coming in and out here as well. And there's 2 monkeys there that actually have, the one's got a youngster hanging onto her still. And you can see she's a little bit cautious with them because she knows she's got someone else, and you can see her bending down. That poor baby is probably lying on the ground while she bends down like that. So he's not the tiniest little tot anymore. Hi Tim, so you find that a lot of your antelope species have reasonable eyesight. They don't have the best eyesight, but they are able to cope. So impalas are able to see, but they're not going to have a huge sort of depth of vision. They're not going to be able to see particularly far, which is exactly why you find that in animals that it's usually the olfactory sense and the sense of hearing that are the most developed on these animals, because those are really what they're going to be able to use more easily. That especially in thick bushy environments, which animals may move through at any given point, and those times, even if you have the best eyesight, you are definitely going to have restrictions as to how far you can see. But there's almost always a bit of a breeze blowing in the African wild bush. Like, that is just one of those things. And you'll find then that all those olfactory cues, all the scents are able to sort of be able to travel much longer distances, and so that works as a much better sort of alarm system for the animals. And it's why you'll find that predators are able to usually sneak up quite close if they're using the right sort of wind direction and things like that, because they know that the antelope are going to be predominantly relying on that sense of smell and being able to hear any approaches. So they're not going to be able to see any of those predators until they get quite nice up close and personal. Lovely to see the little monkeys actually coming and spending a little bit of time out and about for us. And so often they're always just on the fringes and you don't get to see them too often. And we have gotten quite lucky once or twice that we have had baboons come through, and it would be lovely to see that again. So I do rather enjoy watching them and their antics, very similar to the monkeys and their antics, but usually just a little bit more out in the open, where the monkeys can be very nervous, sort of just wandering in and out of cover continuously. Now warthog look like they're still enjoying a little bit of a wallow. I'm just trying to move us a little bit so that we can see if these monkeys are just hanging out in the shade here or if they're starting to move off completely. So we're just going a little bit, but it does look like they may be sitting there still. I do see one sitting in the tree, so it's likely that there will be someone sort of keeping vigil somewhere. So our lapwing's making quite the noise there for us. There's obviously something getting them a little bit worked up. And it's not too uncommon that in monkey troops that they will go after baby birds, not so much adult birds, but definitely smaller, younger birds. That they are well known to be nest raiders, stealing eggs and fledglings. But there's nothing really for the adults to be too concerned about, unless the adults are just asserting that they are here. They will be aggressive if they need to be. It does look like everyone's going to start moving into the shade here now in a little bit. We are getting to the hottest time of the day. So I'm going to just zoom us out a little bit, see if anybody else has come down on the dam, maybe on the right. Seems as we've been looking on the left here for quite a while. So I'm just going to go out so it's a bit easier for us to get a full sort of idea of everything that's around us. You can see the impala, a little monkey running around that side, and it looks like another monkey, two monkeys running on that far bank. So I'm just going to keep going all the way around. We'll see who all is in the area, and then we can make a decision. Oh, and I didn't even see our lovely giraffe there. He completely skipped over. So actually I think I'm going to let us sit and watch as this giraffe takes his sweet time as he decides whether or not drinking is going to be super important right now, or if they are going to have to slow down. It looks like he's actually just going to be taking maybe a little bit of a browsing moment here on the trees before he comes for a drink. can see how things have slowly started to change. There's definitely a lot more green coming out around here. That it did start off very, very arid when I first took control of the dam cameras, but it's been nearly a month and we've had a little bit of rain. Not too much yet for it to classify as the rainy season having started, but we did have a little bit of rain up here. And I think that did help, and some of the trees that were looking very, very dry are starting to get a little bit of life back to them now. It looks like we've maybe got a blue wildebeest wandering around in the background, looking to come down as well for his turn at the drinking hole. But of course that wildebeest wouldn't possibly try and drink close to where we've got the focus, and the giraffe's going to move off in the opposite direction. So I think let's see if we can find our wildebeest. Seems as our giraffe doesn't seem to want to come drink just yet. Oh, so we've got some more rafts coming down this side, so not too much of a hassle. Gonna have two giraffes having a lovely drink, and then that beautiful blue wildebeest on the other side. Another one of those animals that is just absolutely love watching them at the dam. Always love watching giraffe coming for a drink. Very, very elegant, if somewhat awkward pose. Hi Hannah. So when giraffes are going to be fighting, they don't really have very many options as to exactly how they could fight. That they can kick out, typically backwards though, but of course that's not going to be a very efficient way to fight anything except the predators. You're going to be kicking out at them. So when you see those fights between giraffe, it's just not going to be viable, because you don't want to be having to try and turn around to kick out. That is going to be sort of exposing you to a very vulnerable time. And of course then you're not going to see exactly what you're kicking at, and it can be a bit of a futile endeavor. So you find that the way that they are able to compete, especially when they're sort of competing with other giraffe, is that using that neck is going to be the best option for them. And especially with the males, that is a way for them to sort of show that strength. It's a way to show their virility to females, that they are very strong. Look at how well they can fight. So you do find that they'll use those necks because that neck is exceptionally muscular. It is really the only thing that they can throw around that has some significant weight and is capable of inflicting damage. Same as why we see that sort of wear on their ossicones. That by throwing that neck around, they can often sort of hook around the animal and then hook it with the ossicones and hit that way. The nice hard part. But it does give them that sort of level of control over fighting. Another wildebeest coming to have a moment with us. absolutely gorgeous. But I think let us have a change of scenery. I see that we have got some beautiful animals joining us up in Ukukuyo. So let's head on over there. Let's see what's happening out in that desert oasis. And how's that for a lovely little sight for us? Not too often that we end up getting all of these beautiful ellies down on the dam for us. Often like to sort of wander around and not come down too often. They've got plenty of other options. But nonetheless, absolutely love getting to see the elephants up here. They do look somewhat different just on the basis of the fact that they've got a beautiful white dusty coating compared to some of the other elephants that we see, where they've got obviously a lot more red sand and clayey sand around, and they end up picking up a very different color to those elephants here, where there's a lot more of the white dust around for everything. I'm just going to try and get it. So we've got all three of these giants in the shot. These will be the bulls. They're the more common friends down at the dam, that the families tend to come down a little bit later in the day. So just a reminder, as of the 1st of October, we are going to be having a little bit of a time change happening to accommodate the earlier sunrise and sunsets in South Africa. So with this, Sunrise Safari will now be starting 30 minutes earlier in the morning at 5:30 Central Africa time. Penguin Beach will then start 1 hour later at 2:30 in the afternoon, Central African time. And then the Sunset Safari will now be starting at 3:30 Central Africa time. So a little bit of difference, but it is all going to be for our benefit, being out nice and early in the mornings and a little bit later in the evenings. I'm sure we are going to start to see some absolutely fantastic scenes of the animals in their sort of prime hours. So all of those little crepuscular animals definitely going to start getting a lot more common. Hi Timothy. So the answer for that is actually very quite simple. That elephants, being the size they are, and obviously all animals require water in the period of the day, and although they are going to get quite a bit of the water from their diet, being predominantly browsers, there's loads and loads of water in plant material, but they're still going to have an absolutely ludicrous amount of water that they need to sort of get in a day. So you're looking at elephants drinking anywhere between 100 and 150 liters of water in a day. So, that's quite an exponential amount of water. It's not a small sum to be trifled with. And so although they're going to get quite a bit of that water through that diet, they are still definitely going to need to supplement it with other sources of water as well. So it definitely will have that impact and it will be part of it. But then also if we consider the fact that elephants, being the size they are without much fur on their bodies, they are going to be very, very prone to suffering from the heat. That it is going to get exceptionally hot for them, and they don't have very many methods to cool themselves down. So while the ear flapping is definitely one of those ways that they do try to help moderate that body temperature, they do need to have other sources as well. And now when you are this size, you can imagine that standing in the shade of a tree, while it may help, it is not going to be the easiest thing to accomplish. So you will end up seeing that the elephants need to be coming down, that they give themselves these mud baths, that they'll take loads and loads of time to actually make sure that they cover their bodies quite thoroughly, and even just spend quite a bit of time standing in the water, because it's a fantastic way for them to cool themselves down. Because that is really the most effective method for them, is to rely on the evaporative cooling as that water is evaporating off of their skin. It's going to do phenomenal things for them, and they're going to be able to cool down. And it does look like in the distance there we may get the family herd of elephant coming down as well. I do see quite a few ellies in the distance, so he's going to need to give them a little bit of time, and then I'm sure they are going to come in a little bit more. it's actually quite an interesting fact that I'm not too sure how many of you have noticed, but if you pay quite close attention to the elephants up here, you'll notice that in general, they have quite small tusks, especially if we had to try and compare them to those that we see in Mashatu, or even the ones there with Lauren and Madikwe or down in Amakala. That the size of the tusks is very, very different. You tend to find that the tusks are rather short in the Namibian elephants, especially these ones in Etosha. And they've sort of come up with quite a few reasons as to why this may be, with the sort of predominance and the one that will be the most influencing on this is the fact that these very dry, arid environments like this often sort of lack certain mineral deficiencies and certain nutrients. So although the elephants are able to sort of maintain their body condition and stay nice and healthy, they are going to be spending a lot of that energy trying to maintain the body's health rather than growing out the tusks. So you will find that that is definitely going to end up having that influence, because obviously you are going to, how you are going to grow and how your tusks are going to grow are going to be very influenced by your diet. So that's sort of the main reason that you see the smaller tusks on the ellies up here. And as a result of this, you'll also find that these nutritional deficiencies will often make for a weaker tusk, that those tusks being predominantly, or they are essentially just fancy in sizes that have grown a little bit more than the average person's in sizes, that it does become quite difficult for them, that if they start to have these nutritional deficiencies and mineral deficiencies, those tusks are not going to grow as strong as they should grow. So although in theory they may be able to still push out those long tusks, you may find that they end up being a little bit more brittle. And so the tusks are more prone to breakage and wear and things like that. So that also will have an influence on the size. So you will see a lot of the elephants, especially amongst the bulls where there will be that competition as well. There are quite a few of those tusks that are actually cracked and broken in some places. And then another one of the theories, but this one, from my understanding, has not been quite like proven fact or fiction. It is just a thought that might be an influencing factor as well when it comes to why the tusks tend to break more frequently up here, is that with it being so dry and arid, that is something that affects a lot of different systems in your body. It's not just that you're going to sweat and you're going to overheat, but it does also tend to take water out of different parts of the body. And those tusks will still have a water component to them, that most building blocks do have those elements. So you will find that by having any of that also drained out and the constant exposure to the sun, it's just like with bones and things like that, it does tend to make them brittle over time. So that will also be an influencing factor why we see so many broken and short tusks up here. But I always find that quite interesting, and it's something to note that, that there is a difference, that, the elephants here are going to behave differently, they're going to appear slightly differently, just because they're living in a very, very different climate and a very, very different habitat to some of the others that we do get to spend time with. I hope definitely the skin is going to grow with the elephants, as obviously they need to be able to grow, and if that skin isn't going to grow with them, they're going to end up with a very, very tight fitting skin, which we know is not the case. Doesn't matter what size the elephant is, you will always find that they've got a load of creases and wrinkles in their skin. And that is because those wrinkles are another one of those vital things for them to have in order to maintain their temperature regulation. That we know that in general, having a larger surface area gives a larger area for different surfaces or different fluids and things like that to cross, and heat to cross, and all those things. So although it may hinder them in the sense that they now have a larger surface area that can heat up, a lot of those cracks and the folds in the skin are not always going to be too targeted. So it doesn't mean that they're going to actually get the full extent of the sun on that skin all the time, on the full surface area. So they're not going to heat up as badly as they potentially could if that skin was tight around their bodies. But the second thing that makes it very important that elephants do have this loose skin is that they do have quite a nice large range of motion. So they need to be able to still move those limbs in the full range of motion. And if the skin was tight, again, they would have a restriction there because their skin is not as elasticized as human skin. So they're not going to be able to sort of stretch that skin in order to get that distance. But then the third and the most important reason that elephants have these wrinkles on their skin actually also has to do with the temperature regulation quality of it. Where if you've got more skin folds, obviously that's now a greater surface area that you can lose heat through as well. So you'll find that when they come and do these moments where they have all these lovely showers and mud baths, that a lot of those muddy areas are going to actually sort of accumulate in the folds of the skin, which will do two things. It helps those folds in the skin stay cooler for longer because now they are going to be in direct sunlight, so they're going to be a little bit cooler in those folds. It's going to keep them wet for a little bit longer. It's going to give them a little bit more time for that evaporative cooling to actually be an effective way to deal with the heat. So it is very important for them to have that loose skin. That loose skin is exactly what makes them as successful as they are. I always love watching these little elephants in the water. Look at that little guy putting his whole face into the water and just keeping the trunk up so he can keep breathing. Just having a lovely time. Looks like these elephants are getting very ready for their little pool party now. You can see, although we've now had these 3 bulls, obviously, hanging around the dam, and then we've got all this family herd that came down, so there's going to be some females in the mix. So you're going to find that some of these male elephants are definitely going to be interested to make sure that none of these females are on estrus, or if they're ready to get to that point in their lives. So you will find they are going to be very, very interested little boys. This is just an absolutely lovely scene, actually, with all these elephants just having so much fun in the water, and you can see the joy on them. They are loving absolutely every moment that they're getting to spend here. And of course, doing their very, very best to make sure that they get that beautiful muddy stew up that they will be making over that entire body, making sure they cover every inch, gives them the best chance of staying a little bit cooler for a little bit longer. So quite another fun little interesting fact is that Okukuyo is obviously based in the Etosha National Park, and that being quite impressive of its own, these sort of elephants are very typical here, these ones with the shorter tusks. But what is actually even more interesting is, despite the fact that they have smaller tusks and the various sort of theories that surround why those tusks may be smaller, it is still documented that on average the elephants in Etosha are about 0.5 meter on average taller than elephants in some of South Africa's park, which is quite an interesting little thing there. But just a reminder, we are completely live, we are completely interactive, we love to hear from you. These experiences are all about your viewing pleasure. So, if you have any questions or comments or suggestions or anything that you would like to talk to us about in particular, please do get in touch. We do really enjoy those moments. We are here to guide you through these beautiful African experiences. So where I was saying that we said that the elephants here are typically going to be a bit taller than the elephants in South Africa, they even have, on the estimation, have sort of estimated that the female elephants that will be found in Etosha National Park will quite often actually be taller than some of the males that are found in Kruger National Park in South Africa. So it's really quite a scary thought to think about. But this extends that it's not just the elephants up here that are known to be a little bit bigger and a little bit more so than the other elephants, that they do find in general that elephants in arid regions are going to be taller. But not just the elephants, quite a few of the other species of animals have also sort of been documented as being taller in these arid regions, and they imply that all the way through to animals like your wildebeest and your zebras, and even the impala, they reckon, are just a little bit taller in these very arid environments as opposed to those found in the more sort of nice cushy in comparison lifestyle found in some of the reserves in southern Africa. I just don't know where to look. There's so many elephants having so much fun, and I'm mainly just trying to keep a sort of visual on these little ones. So these little ones look like they're having a lot of fun. They went and they got themselves completely soaked, and they obviously haven't mastered the sand bath part, so they're doing it in the best way they know how. Just going down and rolling around in it. Have as much fun as you possibly can. Absolutely, Tom. Elephants and water, there is nothing they seem to enjoy more. And you can always watch when they first sort of come out of the tree line, and you can see they're slowly moving towards the water. They'll move slowly, and as they sort of start to get closer and closer, You watch the younger elephants get super impatient and they just cannot hold back the joy of seeing that water and knowing they're going to get to go and play in it. So definitely always love watching the elephants in the water. They're always just having so much fun. They have the best pool parties and they give us so much joy as well. Does look like they're slowly finishing up, but have you seen how many other animals are down as well at the moment? There's just absolutely so many animals around for us to enjoy. It's just absolutely lovely. I do just want to move us a little bit over to the left, as what quite often happens is as the family finishes, they do just sort of take a moment on the sides of the dam. So I do just want to watch a little bit, see if they are going to just hang out for a little while or if they're going to move off quite quickly. But it looks like the little babies are still just having a little bit of fun here, getting down and dirty. Very, very often happens though that before they move off, they come and make themselves absolute little nuisances right along the fence of the camp here. And they will sit and try and chew all the plants that are in the main part of the camp because those are a little bit fresher than some other places. Just watching these babies and their antics, it's absolutely wonderful to see. They're just so adorable, so cute, they just completely melt your heart. And of course, just like every other baby out there, you're still going to use mom as a fantastic little scratching post when needed. Jeffrey, I'm glad that you are enjoying the cuteness as much as I am, because I definitely am. Always love it when we have some baby elephants around, as their antics are phenomenal. Like, look at this little guy. He's just doing his best yoga impression. But you do find that some of the younger ones definitely have a lot of this sort of fun, playful antics in them. And they can be quite attention-seeking. That I've read some stories of people who've worked closely with specific herds of elephants and have sort of built rapport with them. That you end up with these sort of elephants that they don't like to get left alone, that they love having the attention on them, and they will sort of get up to all these fantastic and wonderful and weird antics in those moments as to sort of just keep the attention all on them. just listening to all of that vocalizing. It's just an absolutely wonderful sound. It just makes all those hairs on your arm stand up, that it really does just get right through to your bones. Annie, absolutely. The bull elephants, for the most part, will travel alone independently. Sometimes you will find them sort of make these little bachelor herds, little coalitions with all the boys, where there will be a couple males that will sort of spend time near one another and do things together. But for the most part, those males are very sort of independent and are perfectly capable of being alone, and it just comes down to individual elephant personality on whether or not they are going to sort of stay with other males or if they are going to be alone. But you'll often find that especially the sort of dominant bulls, those are the ones who often will get a little bit of an entourage. But when you get other younger bulls that are coming up that are looking to maybe have a position of dominance at some point in their lives, that those bulls will often then choose to have a more solitary lifestyle, so that they're not going to have too much interaction or too much affection for that older bull that they may have used as a mentor. So you will find that when they get to that point that they're ready to start challenging, it's very, very common to find the male bulls by themselves.
Some say it's a game of chance, luck, even divine providence. Others would call it your grandma's weekly fix. Yes, we are talking about Bingo! Join us in celebration of World Animal Day for the most gripping game of safari bingo to date. Our naturalists will be going head to head on a hunt to spot the animals you have chosen. It's sure to be one for the books.
Look at these little elephants. They are absolute terrors, these babies. So that one older calf has come in to suckle off of its mom. And that's exactly what it's trying to do. It's trying to suckle. And then you get that little one who's just being an absolute brat. So the older calf's mom had to interject there a little bit and be like, oh, come on, remember your manners, little one. Don't be a bully. You're still small. And it looks like he's going to go in for, try and go in for a num-num as well now. I can see that trunk going up. No, just being a little bit of a terror, not really trying to drink, just being a pain to mom. Teresa, it can be very hard to sort of accurately judge age using the dam cams because we don't get sort of the clearest view. We can't see some of the very fine details. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would say that these babies are probably somewhere between 9 months to a year old. And sort of the factors that I'm using as judgments and guidelines is that young elephants will start being able to, or will start trying to feed themselves and will start trying to drink water independently from mom from around 6 months old. That's sort of where their weaning would begin, that they start moving onto some solids. So with these babies behaving the way they are, where they were still playing with the water, they were still using their trunks in the water quite well, I would say that they're probably at that age. Maybe that's what I say, but I think maybe a little bit older just based on antics. But I could be wrong because there are still a lot of things they are doing that are more indicative of more of an elephant close to 6 months old, where there's a lot of those sort of face planting moments, heads down in the water rather than using the trunk. But yeah, I would definitely say that they're in that sort of a range of between 6 months and a year old. But like I said, it can be very, very hard to actively get a very accurate age on these babies without being there in person and being able to see the little details. So it looks like that little elephant who was being an absolute terror earlier is just having a little lie down moment. It doesn't look like he's going to try and nap. He's way too hyperactive for that, but took a little lay down. He's still down, and it's always quite funny actually watching the babies when they try and stand up. That they are very, very clumsy. That elephants just don't seem to be designed for getting down and dirty and then getting back up again. There we go. This little calf's going to go and have a little bit of a drink. So this one that's closest to us at the moment definitely seems to be the younger of the two. But yeah, it can be very hard, and that's sort of judging by you can see this one is a little bit smaller than the other one. But they obviously behave very much like siblings. You can see there's a lot of interaction between these babies and the adults. So the adults are all sort of quite involved in helping to raise them and co-parent, even if only mom's going to be the one to actively feed baby. There is going to be sort of a lot of co-parenting that is done in the herd. William, this is one of those nice, fun, interesting things, and you do find it actually quite commonly in wildlife, that the herds are actually going to be female-led. So remember the family units that we are watching with the elephant for the most part, where you've got these family groups with all the different ages and the babies and everyone around, that those leads are going to be led by a matriarch. That the matriarch is a female, she is going to take the lead, she will be the one who's sort of in charge of that family unit. And of course that becomes different when it comes to the bull elephants, that the bulls will often be solitary, like we've already said. But even though they are solitary, you'll often find that there will still be a dominant bull elephant in the area who sort of has the most rights in terms of breeding and things like that with specific herds. So although the males are solitary and they live very independently in their own little societies, they do still have a sort of pecking order. There is still rank amongst them. This little one's made a real little terror of himself, put himself in the spot that that the spring comes up in, with a very, very watchful mommy with there. Doesn't sound like there's necessarily too much aggression in these trumpets. It's more just a little bit of trumpeting. And that trumpeting can just be normal communication between them. It does have a lot of different uses. It can also show excitement. And you can always sort of hear the different tones, that there are different tones to their trumpet that can usually be a good indication of what the trumpet is for. And this little one now using the entrance for the water as a scratching post. How phenomenal, because everyone wants to drink the water where you've just been scratching your behind. Mark, that is a very intriguing question. I can't say that I've ever heard of an incident like that happening. That you do find that, drinking with the trunk is a very, very involved process. It's very different to sort of the breathing patterns. So I'd imagine it would be something quite similar to how humans are able to drink and eat independently. That there probably is some kind of a valve mechanism that will block when the animals are actively drinking. I'm not sure if that is exactly it. I don't think I'm going to go do a bit of research, but I'd have to imagine, because I've never heard of anything and I've never seen anything that would indicate that an elephant has ever drawn too much water into the trunk. Whether that is just a born-in knowledge that, it gets to a certain point and reflexes sort of kick in that you stop there and empty into your mouth, I'm not 100% certain, but I do think I'll go and spend a bit of time trying to find out for us, because I think it's actually a very interesting question. Not something I've ever really considered before, but I wouldn't think so, just because they do use those trunks expertly well, and you'll often see them sort of using them as little periscopes, and they never seem to face any ill effects from that. So I don't think that they would struggle with that kind of thing, but I will try and find out if there's an actual sort of explanation behind why they may not struggle with that sort of inhalation of water. So yeah, I've just done a little bit of superficial reading, and yeah, they do say that it's for the same reason that we can't breathe and drink at the same time. It's the same reason that elephants wouldn't be able to breathe and drink at the same time, and therefore would not really have that issue of drowning. That obviously you can have that sort of accidental every now and then that you inhale water, but you probably find that it wouldn't be too common of an occurrence. So it's the same sort of concept that while they're drawing that water up in the trunk, their body sort of knows that that is what is actively happening, and so it closes off that glottis so that you are only getting water and you're not going to end up getting any air in that system. So definitely they do still have that kind of redundancy system to make sure that when you are drinking water with your trunk, you are only drinking water. When you're breathing with your trunk, you are only breathing. So they definitely do have a system in place that does prevent that from happening. So it's not to say that they can't still accidentally inhale water, just like we can still manage to choke ourselves, but I would say that it is probably fairly rare that they would sort of face any adverse effects as a result of it. These little elephants are just having so much fun at this sort of being down at the dam time here. There's just so much activity. These little ones can't seem to stay on all 4 feet. We've got to collapse every so often and give ourselves a good scratch along the ground. It looks like our family are just about to love and leave us though. Slowly moving themselves off and around. I'm sure they won't be here too much longer, but this has just been absolutely lovely spending a bit of time with them like this. Don't think that there's anyone alive who would complain about just spending time watching elephants having the time of their life at the water. It's always just such a wonderful scene. It looks like our bulls haven't quite moved off yet, still hanging around on the fringes here. It's absolutely wonderful spending time with these giants, really just enjoying it, and they're not seeming to be in too much of a rush, that they've had plenty of time to sort of go and just have their watery moments, have their splashy moments, and you can see a lot of them have started to dry off already, but they're still just having a lovely slow moment on the dam's edge here, that there's no real urgency when it comes to leaving. That it seems that sort of just wait for everyone to decide if they've had their fill, and then when everyone's ready we can move off together. But we're not going to leave someone behind, so we're just going to wait for everyone to be ready to go. These younger elephants just can't seem to have as much patience as the adults. If the adults are all just going to wander around, the babies just keep making a beeline straight back to that water. Just another friendly little reminder, we are completely live, we are completely interactive. This experience is all about you, our viewers. So if you have any questions or comments or anything you would like to share with us, maybe something you would like us to show you or to talk to you about, then please do get in touch. We love to hear from you, and we love to make the experience as enjoyable for you as it is for us. There's clearly an elephant still having a whale of a time in the water here. So I just want to go a bit across, see what's going on. So I think it was just this male that was having a lovely little splash around. Okay, so he does seem to be finished with his shenanigans now. So this is one of the females still. Sorry about that. That's my bad. So we can move back to the family. Let's see if the family are going to move off now that it looks like everyone's done their business in the dam. Or we're still just going to have a lovely calm moment, which is exactly what it seems to be. It's interesting to see that it does look like maybe some of the bulls have mixed in with the females here, and there's no real stress or aggression that you often do see where there's these babies around, that the females will get a little bit nervous having the adult bulls around because they can be potentially dangerous in the wrong circumstances. And especially with babies who don't know any rules about how to be a polite and respectful elephant yet, can always add some risk if a little one happens to annoy the wrong person. You can see it's not just the elephants that are so desperate to be in the water. There's also a lot of desperation from the other animals. You can see the springbuck, now that the elephants are starting to get out, the springbucks seem to be getting their nerve back, going back into the water. The zebra coming back down and getting back close to the water as well. So, Owen, quite a few of these water holes are actually supplemented. So as far as I know, this one here in Ukukuyu is definitely a supplemented dam that you can see a lot of the time where the elephants go and drink, where it looks like there's a couple rocks around there. So that's where the water seems to come in. So that does keep the water levels at this dam quite stable, because of course we're in a very arid environment. And without the animals being able to disperse and travel like they used to, it has become necessary for humans to sort of have this little bit of intervention on the landscape and add in some fixed water points, because the animals wouldn't be able to travel like they used to be able to in order to reach them. So you will find that some of the time that is the case. Other times you may find that there are natural springs in the area that naturally supply the area with it. But a lot of the time where you do see these very arid environments with a very well sourced water, or rather large amount of water in them, a lot of the times those dams have been supplemented, that they are not naturally occurring like that, that there may naturally be a little watering point that can have rain during the rains, but it can also be very dry sometimes. So you can also find that that is the case, but yeah, definitely some of them are going to be supplemented just to make sure that the animals that are sort of now stuck in these reserves have got that sort of option to really be able to still have access to water, even if they can't travel to the next available source, which is often quite far off in very arid environments. And that does sort of make that restriction, that although the animals in theory can travel that, a lot of the time you find that the reserves tend to end in those sort of places, that they don't always have that access. So I do know that there are actually quite a few dams spotted around Etosha. Not all of them are artificial, but there are quite a few of them that are artificial, or at least artificially supplemented. Can see all the animals have started to really get themselves right back into the dam there. There's Kemsbok taking the lead, getting as far in as they dare. Even those zebra at the back there starting to get a little bit braver, getting a little bit further in. The springbok moving further and further in. I wonder if the elephants had to go back in now. I think everyone might just scatter, but it does look like no, they're going to slowly move back around the left side of the dam. I wonder if they're going to move off for good this time. They're still just going to have a slow moment on the way out. So you can see here where those elephants have stopped now. I do believe that that is where the spring comes up. And it gives them that opportunity for the freshest fresh water in the area, which of course when you're an elephant, that is always what you're going to go for. They love to be picky about the quality of their water. Let's look like let the little ones have a drink, and then everyone's going to start moving again. Or we maybe did all of 10 meters and we're taking another pause. Way too much energy for us to be moving around in the heat. This elephant is being particularly indignant, looking at the camera while going to do its business. You'd think that they could at least wait until we'd moved off of them before. But I suppose you can prove a point. Look at the camera while you're doing it, like a naughty little kid who's been told not to do something. You're going to look directly in the eye and do it anyway. And these males come in, creating quite the stir with all the females, and you can see just how much bigger these boys are. That these boys really are quite large. And they're definitely very interested in some of the females of the group here. And just look at how much he towers over these girls. And those girls are not exactly tiny to start with, but he is just monstrously large.
Have you heard? World Animal Day is on its way, and with it, a very exciting game of Animal Bingo. Join in on the fun with your very own Animal Bingo shirt. And who knows, perhaps wearing one of these lucky shirts in support of your favorite naturalist could help them win. Find this and more in the Wildlife shop today.
It really seems these elephants just cannot get enough of the water today. That we've gone from one side to the other, to back and forth, and they still just seem to really be enjoying it. But it seems that this is much less about bathing, but a lot more about just having a quick drink before we head off into that very harsh, unforgiving landscape there in the distance. But I'm never going to complain about spending too much time with elephants. I absolutely love just watching them and being around them. And it's always just such a satisfying thing to do. Just look at this gorgeous boy walking straight up towards us here. Absolutely stunning animal. It does look like our family are just about done, and they are definitely going to be heading off for us in a minute or two. This little one seems to really be on the end of his tether of patience at the moment, getting very, very irritated having to wait around. But it does look like these gentle giants are going to start loving and leaving us from Okukuyo and start moving off to the next most important thing, food. I'm sure that is the next most important thing on the brain right now. So while these elephants are busy disappearing, I think it is time for us to head back on over to Mashatu, back to the land of the giants with a few more giants of their own. Okay, so it definitely does look like these guys are going to be off with quite the mission to get to the tree layer in the background to go and do some very, very important feeding. So I think from one elephant family, let's go back over to Mashatu and another little elephant family. And would you look at that, we can see these elephants have already had quite a bit of time to have some fun in the water. Lots and lots of very dark, wet, shiny elephants around here. But I think I'm going to focus in on these ellies on the left, as they seem to still be having quite a bit of enjoyment there. Those few on the right are fewer newer additions, but I'm sure we will get to spend plenty of time with them as well. I think we are just having an absolutely wonderful, very, very elephant-filled day today. And here you can see exactly what we were talking about with those tusks, how different the tusks are on the elephants out here. Compared to those elephants that we just had in Okukuyo, you can definitely see that very, very marked difference in what they happen to look like. Much longer tusks here in general. Of course, we do see a few that have lost their tusks, likely damaged them when they were very young, and they never quite managed to grow back. That they do have a sort of critical point that they won't grow back from. But in general, we do tend to see much, much longer tusks on these elephants. And it looks like we got one downed baby in the back. But the babies are usually the ones who struggle with the sand bath part. So they can start usually getting the spraying their body part down quite well. But it does take them a little bit longer to learn how to spray the sand over their bodies. And then you often see these little ones rather doing what this little one's doing. Lay down in the sand and just wriggle and roll about until you get that nice and caked onto your body. Always love how it's a very similar sighting. We've had elephants playing in water, drinking water, very similar to Unakukuya, but very different behavior in the elephants. That you can see how there's this huge difference that tends to happen with different matriarchs. That different matriarchs all have different ways of running their family, and obviously each of the individual elephants has their own personalities as well, so you do get to see these differences. So although it's all one species of elephant we're looking at, it is quite fascinating to really see how different the individuals can be. Susie Miller, that's actually a very good question. And, it can be quite tricky that, the females, although they are still large, they are still going to be small compared to those boys. And of course, those boys in that time of their lives have literally got about one of two things on their brains. Either they want to be making babies or they want to be fighting with things. So, it does depend that, when those elephants are coming up into the family herd, it's not going to be so much of that fighting that is going to be going on in the brain, but rather the making babies side of the brain is going to be going full tilt. So they're not necessarily going to be showing aggression to the female herd. They're just going to be showing a lot of interest. And there is still sort of some things that the female can do. That the females can be quite reluctant to sort of take the male on like that, and they'll sort of just show various signs using body language predominantly, and also through vocalizing that they are not interested, that they do not want to. But it does sort of matter on the individual as well, that there are so many different personalities. You will find differences in the animals, but in general you will find that the females will just sort of try to avoid, and they will sort of do that with body language and vocalizing and things like that, so that they make sure they do get that message across. Because of course the only time that the female is going to be interested is A, if she does not have a nursing baby, and then 2, if she is actually in her estrus cycle. But outside of those times, you'll find that the males are also just typically not as interested in those females unless those conditions are met. That they'll sniff and everything, but they won't necessarily become very demanding of going any further if the female is not receptive. Looks like we're all slowly going to wander off here, so I just want to go back, see where those other newer Ellies to the dam were. They were coming in on the right there. Okay, so they are still there, they're hanging in, they're coming across now a little bit, so they'll also join us here at the spring in a second. I'm sure that initial little family will start to slowly move off in the background there. Maybe stop off at the mud wallow first. We'll listen to hear if we hear any splashing going on. But as a lot of them were already quite well and truly muddied up, I don't think that they're going to need to stop there as well. So they've got all of that mud caked on as much as they needed, and it looks like they are going to slowly start moving off here as well. It does still sound like we possibly have some elephant around still though. I'm still hearing splashing. I'm just going to follow these as they wander on out of the frame. So, with them loving and leaving us, I'm going to bring us all the way around. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of our croc today. He has been very reclusive and we haven't seen him for a while. So, I would like to see if we can take a quick minute. Let's see if we can catch up to where our Mr. Crocodile is. And so we are a little bit more zoomed in than I'd like to be for the panning and scanning. It's a little bit tricky when we are very zoomed in. It does look like we're going to get one final glimpse of these ellies as they walk off by us here. It does seem that they're coming this way. And there we go. We'll get one last glimpse as they take their slow stroll out. So just a reminder, we are completely live, we are completely interactive. So if you have any questions, comments, suggestions or anything else you would like to share with us, you can get in touch, and please do. We love to hear from you. And although we are running out of time with Escape to Nature today, even if you have already got all of those questions and comments prepped and ready for Penguin Beach coming up next, you can send those through as well. But it doesn't look like our croc is in one of his usual spots, so I'm going to try and bring us all the way under the camera. Let's see if he's not maybe on this side, playing a lovely little game of let's see if we can spot the crocodile today. And no, doesn't look like we are going to be having a very crocodile-y day today. So let's go back up. Let's see if there's anyone around for us to finish out on, or if we're just going to be enjoying the birds for the last few seconds and minutes. Oh, so we've got some warthogs who are making the splashing on this side, having a last little wallow for us. So that's quite lovely. We've spent plenty of time watching playful elephants, so I think we can spend a little bit of time watching playful warthogs and their little wallow on this side. And look at them doing a great job of getting the mud everywhere and at the same time digging out the wallow, making it an even more perfect wallow for everybody else. And that's exactly why the elephants like using this spot. If you look at how these warthogs behave in it, you can see that they are phenomenal when it comes to making it nice and muddy, perfect for all of the mud baths you could possibly be needing. I always love watching them use that little snout of theirs and their little tusks to dig out. They're very, very good at it. You can see they're fantastic, and they've got a very strong bony head that makes this perfect for them. And you'll even see them doing this to dig for little tubers and roots that are nice and tasty. But we have reached that time of the day, and of course that is a very sad time for us all. It is time for us to say goodbye, and to Escape to Nature is near. And I think it's been an absolutely fantastic day. We have seen some really beautiful sights, have had plenty of fun with all of the elephants and their pool parties, and even with the warthogs and their fun little antics. But for now, it is time for me to say goodbye and farewell until we meet again tomorrow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to Betty's Bay here at Penguin Beach. It's great to be back. My name is Gary. I'll be your naturalist today.